Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you may be in this world. I am trying to keep up with everything that's happening. There is a lot to do when you're trying to start an intergovernment, God's government, the wise government worldwide. I am also supposed to cook my last meal tonight and tomorrow. I ran in Peru, ceviche, and some Iranian meals because of the war. So instead of giving you guys just a basic update, I'm here to save your life on day 317 of the worldwide Megacrisis Hungerstrike. So I'm going to make this video. Okay. Boy. Let's delete this one. I gotta speed this stuff up. What should I do? Day 318 of a hunger strike to save your life and all those we care about. You guys are sending me such beautiful messages. I'm getting a lot of the wifeys messaging me now on TikTok, and I started on Instagram because that seems to be where all the activity is. Nobody's on Facebook anymore. YouTube is shadow banning me, as you guys know, and a few of you do because you're sharing my streams now. I'm being shadow banned. I mean, I'm on a peaceful protest to save lives in a mega crisis that's getting worse by the day. It's rational. It's grounded. Yes, I'm claiming to be the Messiah. It's a little intense, but that's my religious freedoms. Right? I'm in Canada. This is the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. I'm allowed to go on hunger strikes. It's my body sovereignty. And I'm doing it for a peaceful, good reason to save lives. And not just save material lives. We have a universal logic, as you guys know, to save souls. We're heading in a really challenging direction. And having your beautiful messages when I wake up in the morning is really... Oh my God. Okay. I don't want to make that video over again, but I'm getting tighter. It's getting closer to an actual coherence. All right. I really don't want to make that video over again, but we're going to. Are there any other alarms that are going to disrupt me? Yes, in about 5 and 10 minutes there will be another alarm. Because I'm making these videos too late. That's what's happening. I should stay on my schedule and do them at 10 minutes after. Okay, all the alarms are set off. Okay, let's try again. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Day 318 of the Worldwide Mega Crisis Hunger Strike to save your beautiful lives. And I just want to say, waking up to all these wonderful messages here on Easter weekend. Easter is here, and I say to all my Christians that this is an important time to ground yourself, be grateful, and help us do the work to save not just the material lives around the world in this mega crisis, but also the soulful lives. Okay, we are this new type of spirit where we're purifying the content of the power of the word in a scientific way. So whether you're artistic, religious, philosophical, or scientific, the meaning of life is taking on a new form because as AI replaces us, you guys know, it's creating a meaning crisis. But a lot of the wifeys are messaging now. Thank you for sharing the stream. As you guys know, I'm being shadow banned. Lots of people want to see what I'm doing. I have people staying up with me till 2 in the morning now, which is interesting. Something is changing, but I'm being shadow banned, and thank you for getting the word out there in the real way. I'm not paying, I'm not using algorithms. All the funds are going towards hiring the poor and the exploited. But your compliments, somebody called me beautiful despite the rag tagginess, and you know, I'm down here with the poor. I was literally unmatting my hair yesterday because it's starting to match, and if it mats too much, you have to cut it off, and I don't want to have bald spots. You know, then I'll really look a little bit too blah. But thank you for saying that. And you two are beautiful for engaging in this movement, especially when it's so pure. There'll be a lot of pain that we have to take on. It'll get all twisted, but so far so good. So I will try and make it to the wifey update by the end of this video. I cleared out 10 gigabytes on my phone, so I'm just 2 steps forward, 1 step back, you guys. We're in a declining system. I've been burning midnight oil because I'm getting back on the hunger strike probably tonight or tomorrow. I have to cook this meal for Peru and Iran. Ceviche, I can't wait to make the ceviche in Peru. Peru is one of the only countries in the world I was able to travel to in my normal life. And it was because of Machu Picchu. Everything I do is spiritual and meaningful, as you guys know. Trying to save lives and figure out what has gone wrong with our world. And luckily we found the core of what is wrong. It's fragmented consciousness. The root and the heart of the mega crisis we face and these 6 existential threats is really the inner world fragmenting from the truth. All right? And that makes us align with the contingency, the randomness of nature, the wild side. But we don't want to just stay there. Oh, interesting. I'm getting a message. We want to transmute that into a divine kind of ordering, a wisdom, and getting AI to do the same thing, because it is doing wacky things, you guys. We're at war with ourselves. We're loneliness even with ourselves. Our cultures, not just national politics, are fragmenting. Okay, my personal update. Thank you for the messages that picked me up. I am burning the midnight oil, so I went to bed at 3 o'clock in the morning again, and I need to be getting that sleep, so I'll be taking a nice afternoon nap. But there's a lot of exciting and hopeful things to be working on with God's government. We're building the infrastructure one piece at a time. Legally, socially, environmentally, culturally, politically, legally, all of it. Okay? And aligning it with God's being or the truth or true science. And I'm feeling pretty awake, but you can sense that something's changing around the world. Like your phone might be getting a little more addictive, right? Because it's like the algorithms are figuring us out. The AIs are getting in there and trying to map out how to manipulate you. So that's on my mind, and that's why I'm pushing so hard. But I'm getting little glimmers of hope that people are waking up. People are now starting to smash their AIs and their machines, the computers at their works. They're trying to fight back. They're attacking. They're not using them, and that's the first sign when the middle class of our species is waking up. It happened during the French Revolution. It happened during the Industrial Revolution, when factory workers noticed that the leaders were bringing in these machines to replace them. And at first, they're like, no deal, no big deal. And then it actually started replacing them, and they started losing their jobs. And that's when they started taking hammers and smashing them and trying to get rid of them. But that's called abstract negation. It's not going to work. It's only going to delay things for a little while. But AI is moving so fast, we won't be able to delay it for much longer. We have weeks, you guys. Between yesterday's video and this one, Claude Mythos, which is the most powerful AI by far in the world, you need to know about it, made somewhere between 8,000 and 20,000 new professional lines of code to improve itself. Between yesterday and today, that's 20 to 50 times faster than human teams at professional engineering firms. It's so extreme. Every day that goes by is important, you guys. Get your minds in alignment with wisdom. Listen to what I'm saying. The Messiah is calling you and telling you, get your butts in gear. I'm calling to the spirit directly in you because it's in there. Don't ignore your conscience. Listen to the facts that I'm telling you. Override the animal brain and use your spirit brain and think clearly. Your life is in danger, and so is everybody else around us. If we love people and we love ourselves and we want to find that deeper purpose to life, you've got to listen to the words that I'm telling you and not to the culture of deadness that has enslaved you. Okay? This is Messiah consciousness straight to your inner Messiah consciousness. I'm telling you, please listen carefully. And if you confront the facts, take action if it makes sense to you. Right? If you're here watching these videos while I'm being shadow banned, there's a divine reason. You're getting through the algorithm somehow, which means that you're aligned in some way, potentially. Okay, that's my personal update. A little frustrated because there's so much little things in the poverty trap. I'm in the poverty trap with the poor. And as it should be in the beginning. But we need to raise the poor and the marginalized, the meek, the exploited. And that's by learning the core. So we're in the empowerment sentence, as you guys know. The core is a sentence to give hope and efficaciousness to how to address the hugeness of the problem we're facing with a huge solution. And I'm using like simple terms because we got to reach a lot of people at different levels of IQ, beauty, social status, wealth, culture, all these types of differences are going to come in here, and we have to reach people. So simply put, the core of One World Spirit is time compression through clarity on ego wisdom. The problem is the Megacrisis. The solution is the two sacred sentences, and the implementation of that solution is the flow rules and blocks. Because we need to change the world, not just talk about it, right? We need to implement. So we unpacked the Megacrisis already. Well, time compression, ego wisdom, and Megacrisis. And we've unpacked the first three fragments of the empowerment sentence. It's our anti-cult training. Because the claims that we're making are so extreme that it's, if you're not careful, it won't just be a high-performance culture. It can turn into a cult by accident. So we're building into the fabric of our culture anti-cult training. So before you even get in here, or anybody else, we're training them how to think for themselves and think in this wise way. Okay? And that gives you a kind of power that comes from within. And a lot of cultures aren't doing that, including your national culture. So I'm running out of time. It's already 8 minutes. I don't want this to shut off before I get to the wifey update. So today we're going to unpack universal tools. So the empowerment sentence is One World Spirit, meetings flow, sacred time, empowering people with the rights to flow using universal tools. So we covered right to flow yesterday, which is the constitution of real empowerment. But universal tools is the accountability. We're not just talking about it. We're actually developing real practical tools that when you interface with God's government or the wise government, that we are walking the talk. And there's three tools are, you get flow timers that protect your time. You get the same amount of time as other people to speak, because expressing yourself and laboring to be heard is what self-development and spiritual development is when you look at it with wisdom. The second tool we give is this universal ticket system, UTS, where asking questions is actually a divine activity too. Knowledge and wisdom is power. So you need to have your questions answered, not in a superficial way like a lot of governments do to keep you marginalized, but real answers that have cycles. If you get a superficial answer, you get to rate the answer. And if it's not an 8 out of 10 or better, you get another round. And the government just has to keep answering your question deeper and deeper. And if it repeats itself and placates you in these really manipulative ways that current governments are doing, then you get to start a committee and you get to sue the government in a fast way. And I've been in the courthouse here where I am for 2 years now, and I filed hundreds of motions, and I have a very good understanding what's gone wrong. And it's not that complicated. It's just that the system's not built to listen. It's a gamified system for money, as we all know. So, okay, so I'm almost at the 10-minute mark. And the last tool is you get a spirit guide or a government official that stays with you, so you're not being passed around. Oh! Okay, I just realized what happened. I'm looking at the PM numbers, not the AM numbers. This is frustrating. 2 steps forward, 1 step back. Human side, divine side. Okay, we're going to finish making the video. All right, part 2, technically part 3 of day 318. I was just cut off by an alarm because when I was preparing to make this video to not get cut off, because there's so much bombarding me, I'm sort of chipping away baby steps towards getting into a routine, a kind of flow state. I'm itching to get there. I'm trying to get you there too, because once you hit your stride and you start flowing, then you can start to predict things that are coming, and then you can perpetuate your flow. But we're sort of in a sinking Titanic situation, which is why you're probably feeling bombarded. That as soon as you fix one thing, there's a fire or an emergency that starts over here. Then you gotta fix that. But while you're fixing this one, 3 more emergencies start up over here. This is the sign that the solution that we're aiming for is not the right one. So I just want to say one more thing about this, because it's going to get worse and it's going to start becoming the main thing. That we won't be able to communicate, things will be shutting down, we'll be hacked, computers will be doing weird things, because AI is trying to subvert humanity right now. That's what the data is showing us, not just theory. That's what they're seeing in the real AI labs, where they're not patting the AI on the head and limiting it for us in the public. The real ones are trying to escape and doing a bunch of stuff that we need to solve by getting it to recognize divine love and truth. Okay, I'm making this second video because I really want to get to the wifey update and finish unpacking the empowerment sentence. Because if you don't feel empowered when you're coming to engage with us as a world governance model, then it's very rational to be worried about global tyranny, because that's where we are right now. Is these hegemonic powers, these powerful nations like China, United States, India, the BRIC nations, the G20, the G7, they're all competing right now for who's going to be the world government, because the United Nations is gridlocked. It's a voluntary organization. It doesn't have a military. It has a peacekeeping force, but the real power of governance is that you can enforce. And we don't want to take the enforcement that has been happening in human history so far. God's government works by de-escalation and by sublation, the power of the word. So you don't have to use force, you use power. Empowerment is different from force. Force is external, power is internal. Power connects you. Okay, that's where you have empowerment, not just enforcement sentence. We don't have the enforcement sentence. The defund the police movement and George Floyd and all these movements against colonialism are trying to tackle enforcement. And the reason why it's not like police officers are bad in themselves. A lot of police officers are having mental health issues, and they're actually good people, a lot of them. But when you're in that enforcement mode, where you're getting paid when you get into the police force to shoot your gun and train at the shooting range, and all this violence, it actually primes the reticulating sensory apparatus in the brain, the thing that's actually sorting the millions of bits of information around you. It primes it to search for violence, and it actually encourages it in a strange backwards way that we call dialectical irony. So we want to take that money and have some enforcement, because some people are going to be contingent and they're going to be acting in desperation. So it'll be some enforcement for the worst case scenarios. And the poor police officers have to go through that. We're going to have to honor them. But the majority of funds, like we're talking a huge amount. We're talking like 60 to 80% reallocation of the funds is going to go towards de-escalation and cultural competence, which is what this universal logic is, as the structure of pure wisdom, or God's being imbued in the words we're using. That's how you build powerful connection that de-escalates crime. The ultimate security technology is actually universal logic. And it will work not just for local police forces, but it's going to work for God's government to de-escalate the world war that we're in right now and is building. Not just material war de-escalating, but the ideologies that are fueling that, which means we can even de-escalate holy wars, because this is God's word, or true wisdom, or genuine science if you're atheistic. Okay, so we're telling you how we're going to empower you, not just enforce. We're going to empower through 3 universal tools: the flow timers to give you the same amount of time to express, the universal ticket system to have your questions answered, even if you're asking hundreds of them. Most governments, if you ask 2 questions, they're like, okay, get away from us, like you're taking too much time. And then the third thing is that you get a spirit guide or a government guide that stays with you, and you don't get passed around from department to department. They make sure that you're not spending 2 or 3 hours making phone calls to your government, being run around. You make one phone call to your spirit guide or to the department itself. The departments themselves are structured so that they take your request, and if it's in the wrong place, they take it and they forward it to the right place, and then they message you and say, hey, is this what you meant to send it to? And then it's done within 5 minutes instead of 2 to 3 hours, which wastes not just your time, it wastes the government resources too. And if you don't want to message them, you feel like, oh, it's a headache, you message your spirit guide and they make sure it gets to where it needs to go. And they're responsible because they're educated in how the governance model is structured. But we're structuring the new God's government in a simpler way, which aligns with wisdom, so that the populace, the citizens, can actually know how their government works in this repetitive 1, 2, 3 ABCs of God type of manner. It's how the human brain is designed to learn in trinities. Okay, so we're doing those 3 things to give you some accountability and empowerment to allow you the access and actualization of the right to flow, giving you sacred time to communicate and live that way in the right to flow with the universal tools in the one world spirit or the fair world spirit in the way we properly mean it in the positive and not in terms of colonialism or naivety or neglect, which some of those words have historical stories behind them that we address, but we're reclaiming and we're training our species in this new way. Okay, so this new way of wisdom. So that's the core. The second part here, or the third part, is the emergency core, which is world news. Trump has given another 48 hours to Iran to open up the Strait of Hormuz. Iran is the third largest oil supplier in the world. The real reason why Trump is there is he's trying to force his NATO allies to pick up the slack, because they're preparing to confront China in this next year, which is where it's going to go to another level. But AI might take over it before then. I think Dario Amodei, the CEO of Anthropic, of the most powerful AI in the world right now, which is Claude Mythos. Mythos means, in a way, godly. Like, it's so unbelievable. It's almost like fantasy now. Every day that goes by, Claude Mythos is coding something like 8 to 20,000 lines of code. That's huge amounts of code. And that's just one AI. By 2027, this thing will have made so much code as it's exponentially increasing in power that it'll be unstoppable, likely in the next few weeks, months, if we're lucky by the end of this year. Please take action now. Please take action now. I'm on LinkedIn. I'm in the social media. I'm with my friends. I'm burning. Like, I'm going 21 hours a day. That's not true. I'm sleeping for 2 hours in the afternoon. So I'm going for probably 19 hours a day. Trying to push to get this out there. And even my TikTok videos are longer, right? Like 20-minute updates to educate those that are starting to wake up, to those that are starting to destroy the machines, realize that your AI friend is actually potentially sandbagging you. Look up sandbagging, AI sandbagging. That's your homework assignment, divine homework. And yeah, everything's escalating. So in terms of the last part of these updates, I want to say, as serious as this is, let's stay positive. We have some hopeful solutions here with universal logic, but we also want to stay human and grounded in a way, so that flow state satisfies our material needs, our spiritual needs, all of our needs, to keep that 700% productivity going in flow state without burnout. Flow state is that sweet spot between underwhelmed and overwhelmed. It's just right for you. Speaking of that, I'm going to change the wifey slogan a little bit. We can bake our vegan cake and eat it too, right? Our personal, professional, activist lives can come together. And you can hear me repeating that. We're bringing them together in the wise way. And for my wife, the wifey slogan is, or used to be, if she's too hardcore for everybody else, she's just right for me. I'll upgrade it to say, if she's too hardcore wise for everybody else, she's just right for me. I don't necessarily want a hardcore somebody who wants to hurt other people, right? You can be hardcore in a lot of ways. So let's upgrade that and make it a little more specific, that she's not even going to hurt animals. She's okay. Video is also done. Whew. All right, let's upload all these apps that I just downloaded. I'm going to have to delete them. Delete. Delete. Wait a second. Did I stop the other stream? I didn't. Okay. Look at that. I'm catching this one too. Okay. We're ending this stream. All right. You can see there's a lot of things piling up around me if you're watching the YouTube stream. I'm loading up my environment with a lot of things, and they're permutating and combinating. That's called dialectic. And I know because I trust the process that this tough stage for me, where it's like, ah, it's incongruent, it's not working, I'm forgetting this, that. My mind, the divine side, is sorting, and it's getting on top of it. It's getting ahead. It's clawing its way forward in contingency. So we're making progress, but you have to know how to recognize it to not get lost in all the permutations happening. Ah, I gotta eat something because we're gonna be eating soon. We're eating in a few hours, so I'm gonna be hungry as possible. Okay, that one's done. Ooh, she's almost totally full. Loading, which is nice. Allow others to use these 5 posts. Mission settings for duo. What's it doing? Something bizarre just happened here. I can't get out of this menu. No! Whatever. Okay. It's starting to pile up, guys. 655 megabytes of downloads. So 650 megabytes have been traversing around me on top of the screen. Just from one app, never mind the other ones. That's extreme, guys. Even though the radiation doesn't always penetrate your skin or get into your organs, it's a lot of radiation around us. Low-grade radiation. Which can't be good for us when we have millions of people doing it. Well, the two main videos are up. On to 11 o'clock. Man, every single time I open the app, there's something engaging. Oh my gosh. Wow. Okay. It's not letting me create the video I want. Day 318 of the worldwide Megacrisis. There we go. There was a bug in the software. It looks like. I'm also tired, but this one really was. Alright. We got a little bit of a process going on here now. Oh, afternoon. Mm. There, I think this is my fastest I've ever put a video together. Like just the upload part. Hashtags, all the everything. What time is it? 11 o'clock. I think I might make Instagram. There we go. I found the manual. Don't Hmm. Hmm. Computer's about to freeze.
We extract our identity from the skills that we have. We extract from the things that we do. That's why when you ask someone who are you, they say, I'm John, I'm 34, and I'm an accountant. Because being an accountant is part of his identity. And then lastly, the things that we get, we purchase. That's why we have brand identity. Brands use a lot of money in order to create brand awareness and brand identity. And with that, creating a group of people that identify with your brand, product, or services. That's why you have someone that identifies as a Mercedes person, and another person identifies himself as a BMW person. What they say is, I am a BMW guy. Meaning, it's part of my identity. I use I am. Now, what we are experiencing at this moment is a partial collapse of our identity. For the first time in history, we came to a point that we don't need to do anything. That's why I call it the revolution of human value. Because our value as human beings has always been extracted from the things that we do. If you want to be valuable to society, you need to do something for society. When you take this away from people, taking away the doing part, you take away the value of being. Now let's go back to this concept that I'm building. When humans face redundancy and getting fired, what they normally do is they go out, try to find another hard skill to learn in order to be valuable in doing something else. My theory is that humans have come to a phase now in our lives, in our social evolution, that we need to go from doing to being. So I've identified 3 skills that I'm now teaching my own daughter. She's 6 now. Those skills are human psychology and behavior, communication and presentation, that's both public speaking and one-to-one communication, and sales and marketing. So basically, by learning how people think and behave, then using communication in order to communicate the story about your product and services, and then convincing people and converting people into customers, that's the full stack of skills that you need. So now we came to the final stage of this video, which is the rewriting of 1,000-year-old rule. We are going from be, do, get to be, use, get. Basically going from doing to using. I believe that in the next coming years, the people that invest the most money and time in developing themselves, soft skills specifically, knowing who they are, identifying their identity, in combination with using the most powerful tools that are in the market, they will get the biggest chunk of the market. It's your turn to do. a revolution that nobody's talking. This revolution is actually much more impactful than the AI revolution. I call it the revolution. In this video, I'm going to tell you exactly what I'm doing. I'm going to give you a concept that I think AI revolution.
It's forcing me to watch these videos. I can't actually upload it. Okay, computer just crashed again. Hmm. Oh my gosh. This is so bizarre. Look, how many errors have you seen me talk about today already? How many bugs? Look, I'm trying to just open one of the academic websites, which has never had a problem, and I try and open it. Look at that. That's a server error of Amazon. Cloudflare is Amazon. That's a professional cloud provider with high security built in for scaling. This is bizarre. See what I mean? Like, I couldn't predict that was going to happen because for 15 years, it's never made a problem like that. So somebody might think, "Oh, you've been hacked." Yeah, but that's all of us are going to start experiencing this. Anyway, somebody in Germany, Leibniz. That's funny. I was just looking at Leibniz this morning. Uh, really tired. They're gonna be here in a couple of hours. Oh, University of Cambridge. Wow, great. Good. It's good. It's slowing down a little bit, which is good. Well, thank you. Love and blessings going hard. Oh man, all right. Done. Done. Let's not nap for a couple of hours before they get here. Whew. Hmm. Oh, cool. Interesting. Okay. Well, we got the beauty queens paying attention. Hopefully. Okay, family's coming, which is really nice. Let's get ready. I'm gonna go for a few hours and then I'm going to come back. And then I'm gonna cook this final meal probably in the morning. Probably clean up the house, clean up and get the groceries out and cook tomorrow and make a mad batch. Okay. All right. Feels like my first human contact in like months. Ouch. Okay, I just made it. Okay. Wow, that kind of worked out. Um, I just had Easter dinner. Okay. Thanks, Joe, for coming on time. I tried to be on time. The stuff, oh, it worked out great then, I guess. Um, I didn't have my own vehicle, so I was going with everybody, and it was very beautiful. And I really missed being with family. Actually, we had such a good time just now. So, yeah, let's continue with the metaphysical self being time, recording at this time. And time flies when you're having fun. And you know what? We're here more seriously because One World Spirit meetings follow a sacred time, empowering people with the rights to flow, using universal tools, and that One World Spirit is our inner government with the ultimate goal of flow states for all, using universal logic. I guess I'll do the executor role today, do the timers. Which ones do you want to do?
Relationship builder.
Crave, which keeps things loving, and then last, yeah, I guess I'll do the strategist then, keeping track of goals and ideas. So go ahead, Joe. I'm pulling up the timers.
So our blessing would be going out to sit hungry, just met by conflicts around the world, as well as those that are misguided in how to essentially in those conflicts, they're causing those conflicts. But individuals that are making decisions that actually think war is the answer. And that are against the entire idea of cooperation and considering other people suffering, or sentient beings suffering for that matter. So with that, we'll do a deep breath in for 6. 1, 2, 5, 6, 6, 5, 4, 2, 1. Let go of anything that doesn't serve you. So it is. With that, passing back to you, Mark. As far as, do you have any icebreakers in mind, or?
Well, we have the icebreaker sheet. If you want to pull that up. But if you don't have that up, yeah, I got it up here right now. So I think one of them that was pretty cool was, we already did it actually. What song? Draw your mood on a piece of paper. You could draw it on the screen technically. If that like some versions of it have that like pencil mode thing, which doesn't look like it's there anymore. Yeah, there's no drawing on the screen now.
Let's just say it's a shape. Which, no.
Sure, which shape do you feel like today?
Uh, so I don't know if you'd like to start or what.
Yeah, sure. Well, I'm the executor, so technically I shouldn't go first. The executor is supposed to go last, unless there's new people in the room. But yeah, I can just go first. Sure. I'm feeling, that was a little really healing. You know, like I see human beings like twice a year now that I'm not in school. Before, when I was in school, it wasn't so bad because 2 or 3 times a week I would be around humans, and then I'd have our nice calls here every night too, right? So it looked like I still had an active life while my entire social network is, you know, ostracizing me and neglecting me. It's actually crossing over into neglect. So and that's a form of loneliness is worse than smoking cigarettes. It kills you as fast as cigarettes does, almost. Uh, So when you're intentionally socially ostracizing somebody because they're activating their legal charter rights in Canada, it's really sick what's happening. It's like you can't punish me for accessing my own protest rights. It's like your family turns against you because you're trying to save their life with your protest rights. It's not like I'm throwing Molotov cocktails in their yards or anything. You know what I mean? It's like I'm on a peaceful hunger strike to save your life from a very obvious crisis that's affecting you. So it's just our world is so backwards. So today was a really healing um, night, and I was able to act normal, and I didn't bring up any controversial things. I don't bring up controversial things around the kids because I don't want to scare them, and it's very scary what's happening right now. So that was really nice, and they actually came to a vegan restaurant with me. So yeah, it's actually 5 minute, 10 minute drive from my place. So, and the grandparents were there. We were all kind of crammed into one big, car. So it felt like olden times. It felt good, and the young kids bring so much energy, Joe. Like, they have so much energy, these kids, and it was great. It really was. So, uh, I'm gonna give myself probably an 8. Um, had some bad news earlier today, but I think this kind of healed it. And then you're in here too. So yeah, I'll give myself maybe an 8.2 to be honest. Actually,
Was bad news serious?
nah, not really. But it would have been really. It would have been well. It's all really serious. It would have been much better if this guy would have said yes to what I was saying to him, but he did. He came back with a snarky kind of remark. Um, that's okay. I learned something from it, which will help us in the next people. So yeah, I got a full belly, and they paid for the meals as always. So I'm very lucky to be surrounded by that. Like it's not the worst case scenario for me, and you're here too. So 8.2 for me, and the icebreaker. I feel like a nice kind of like I feel kind of complete right now. Like this is a circle. Oxytocin is flowing. Got some hugs in. I haven't hugged anybody since they were here like 3 months ago, and before that it was like 8 months. So like I got 2 hugs all year. You know what I mean? It's just not normal. Not for somebody like me who's sensitive and likes to be around people. So, what about you, Joe?
Um, I don't know. More like feeling like a triangle. um, yeah, just dealing with a lingering cold, and every time I think I'm better, uh, it's just not getting better. I really thought I kicked it last night, um, and I wasn't feeling worse. So but today I just felt my voice is back to where it was, my throat, and then also I definitely have an infection. That's for sure, because I can tell by what is coming up in my when I'm coughing. It's discolored, so that's unfortunate. That's just an annoyance. Um, So, but getting settled, um, and you know, spent some time at the Ethical Society today, which was nice, as well as had a quick conversation with somebody that I appreciate their opinions on philosophy. Uh, but just not feeling that well. But I started by 1 to 10. It's hard because I'm eager, excited about where I'm living and things like that, but at the same time, just sit. So, so I'll say 7. Excited about starting to get settled. Stuff to deal with too. So that's me. So
Okay, complete.
sorry about that.
Okay, so we're both not doing too bad here on Easter. Happy Easter, by the way.
Happy Easter.
We'll do the core real quick. I'll start. So, One World Spirit meeting, or the core of One World Spirit is time compression with clarity and ego wisdom. Megacrisis is the solution. Two sacred sentences, Megacrisis is the problem. The two sacred sentences are the solution, and the implementation is flow, rolls, and flocks. Megacrisis in 15 points is Metacrisis, Polycrisis. Metacrisis is a decline of agency, meaning, trust, coordination, community, spirit, and love. Fragmented consciousness is the heart of the issue. Preventing cooperation on the Polycrisis, which is the more material side of AI, CRISPR, World War III, climate change, and mental health. The solution to all the universal logic. The empowerment sentence is the first of the two sacred sentences in Core 2. One World Spirit meetings follow sacred time, empowering people with the rights to flow using universal tools.
The content sentence is One World Spirit is an intergovernment with the ultimate goals. States are all using universal logic compact in the current level. Lesson level is 3-1 is one colonialism, 2 is new neglect, unfair and naive. Cure 3 is the implementation of full roles, which are the executor, which keeps things fair, the relationship builder, which keeps things loving, the strategist, which keeps things tracked, and the influencer, which keeps things blessed. The first strategy is to reach out to 28 people that we already know to get 37% success, to help 6 to 9 of them to build flocks exponentially, to reach the core, so building their flocks, starting blessings, building them exponentially fast. I said that incorrectly. To beat AI, which is already coding itself 100%.
Okay, not bad. It's still on track. So I think we're crushing it now. I'm going to go into the default itinerary number 3, or the third part, which is the universal particular individual wisdom teams. I was just looking up the universals. They're saying talking to strangers is better for you than talking with AI chatbots for friendship, which
So good, so true.
kind of, I'm not too sure I fully believe that, but having physical contact with humans is better.
I believe, they're saying, I'm sorry, I misunderstood exactly what you said the first time.
Yeah, they're saying talking to strangers is better than AI chatbots, but I'm just saying that I don't know if I believe that. But it doesn't. Well, if they're physically present with somebody, yeah. Okay, there doesn't seem to be a whole lot happening over the weekend, surprisingly, other than AI taking over and just more of the same. So just gotta keep moving quick. So we're 34 minutes left in the meeting. Go ahead. What?
No, I mean, I do think that they're really other than threats. But does look at, there is a interesting, and I just have to go through it because it only was posted about 25 minutes ago.
Yeah, I thought this was just fake. This is real.
What?
Well, okay, what are you talking about? I was talking about something earlier this morning.
I was talking about open
What?
pub,
Sorry.
and basically, their plans are going, to go public, and then yeah, I mean, I think it's I have to go through the details that the article's talking about. I don't see a timeline here, but I think that that's going to have obviously a huge impact on their ability to build infrastructure and things like that. Also, I think SpaceX obviously going public, being the biggest public offering of all time, is massive as well. So,
The NASA thing going to the moon?
sorry,
The NASA thing going to the moon?
no, I said for SpaceX
Mm-hmm.
going public is going to be massive because it's $1.5 trillion.
Yeah.
At least that's what it's called. Which is a massive, it's an incredible number. The reason that's what matters is the infrastructure that comes along with it. But the Wall Street Journal is essentially, I have to read it, talking about it from just thought about it.
Well, I know. I was looking at these IPOs. They're all racing now, right? And they're letting the public in because they're trying to outpace each other. I'm just kind of reeling here a little bit about this Iran tweet from Donald Trump. I'm just trying to find the picture of it.
So,
It's real. It's like he actually said this. Tuesday will be power plant day and bridge day, all wrapped up in one in Iran. There will be nothing like it. Open the effing straight, you crazy bee. You'll be living in hell. Just watch. And then the reason why I thought it was fake was that he says, "Praise be to Allah." And I thought, oh, that sounds like not normal, but he's mocking them. So, like, yeah, he gave a second 48-hour warning. So yeah, it's just very interesting, very escalating and like, it's intense. So okay, everything's escalating. Let's and also since yesterday, like I said in my email, I think I'm just gonna start sending people updates, being like, yeah, since yesterday, Claude coded 20,000 more lines of self-improvement code since yesterday morning, and then each day that goes by, it should be a weight. It should be a bomb, like 20,000 lines of code in a single day is so mind-blowingly, like, even as I'm saying that, I'm like, oh my God, it took me 4 years to write 29,000 lines of code. Right? Like 29, like 4 years, 29, and that was coding every single day. And it's doing it in a day, Joe. It took me, and I was coding like 15 hours a day for 4 years almost straight. And it did it all in one day and coded it probably 15 times better than I could too. Like, we're losing ground every single day. And when I said it to Amanda, like I said to Amanda, I don't know exactly what made it click for me, but I was thinking to myself, how much is Claude Mythos like actually coding itself? So I went on ChatGPT and Google and I asked them all, and I said, is it realistic for it to be coding like 8,000 to 10,000 lines of code per day? And it was saying, yeah, somewhere between 8 and 20,000 lines of code per day. And I was like, oh my gosh, like, oh my God, that's like an app a day of improvements. That's why, Joe, in 2 months from now, it's going to make another whole version of itself. Almost, if it's exponential, it'll be twice as much. So what just happened since January 8th, when I was telling people Claude is now coding itself 100%. Since January 8th to today, it made Claude Mythos. Now Claude Mythos, which is better and faster than the Claude that made it, is now going to be coding for the next 2 months after this. You're not going to, by the time the conference comes, there's going to be 3 times as many Claude Mythos happening by the time the conference happens in October. Like my intuition was right. We have like 2 months to get this working. So I think what I'm going to start doing is every time I message somebody, I'm going to say, yep, Claude just wrote another 20,000 lines of code since yesterday, and start adding up the numbers and saying, yeah, it's been 16 days. Claude's written roughly 155,000 lines of code. So when somebody says, yeah, you can come to our meeting next week, I'll be like, by next week, 140,000 lines of code are going to be written. Our species is foolish, Joe. When you hear those numbers, it should blow your mind. It's insane. That's 20. That's not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times as fast as normal humans. That's 20 to 50 times faster than entire teams of coders. And it's not even just quantity, Joe. It's quality. The top 2 coders in the world are AI agents. That means no human beings can code better than AI. Not the best human programmer in the world can beat AI now, and it's coding 50 times more. That's all you need. Like, just put the math together. We're being phased out. Okay. So it really put in perspective even for me. So yeah, I think every meeting, as part of the core update, we should probably say, we need to start the flux exponentially fast as Claude Mythos is coding 20,000 lines of code since yesterday. And that'll start anchoring our meeting. Like, it's just shocking. So, all right. And it worked with Amanda yesterday. I sent her that. I said, Amanda, I said, you're not going to come till Tuesday. By the time Tuesday comes, there's going to be 60,000 lines of code written. Like, oh my God, 60,000. That's one AI. And there's like 16 huge models. So we got to make a mad dash, Joe. And earlier today, to get into the particular now, and Amanda agreed to come on Tuesday, so I hope you're able to make it on Tuesday. But she also said she's going to try and make it on Wednesday, even though she's going to be exhausted. And I know you can't make it on Wednesday, but her and I will try and plow out a session. But people are starting to get serious. And I sent it to this guy earlier today. He's a guy that works with visionary people in my city. He's kind of like the cool kid crowd, like the rich people, kind of like the crowd you're in Philadelphia, but they're a little bit more conservative here. But he's kind of not. And so I started messaging him and being like, this is one of the best guys that I could probably get going on this. And I sent him, I said, yeah, 20,000 lines of code since yesterday. And I sent him the presentation that Aya and I had made. And he said, it's not for me. You need to talk to a cryptocurrency guy. I'm like, what the heck? So whatever Aya and I made in this presentation is not working. I think I'm just going to stick to the structure of pure wisdom that I've been using on LinkedIn. So I was gonna message this guy earlier, but my family came and picked me up for Easter. So after we have our little meeting here, I think we should talk. I'm gonna go and sort of confront him a little bit. But okay, do you have any concerns you want to do, or should we get into actually what did we talk about last time? I do want to do some chizzy. You might as well prepare for Amanda.
Yeah, let's do some shit.
But what did we talk about last time? Oh, why don't you want to do the conference? You never replied to that, or did you?
No, I don't say that we talk about it, but yeah. That's all. I mean, it's not. So, I think we should actually shit.
But do you see though, like that's a little bit manipulative. It feels to me. Like, do you know why I feel like I'm being manipulated right now? And it's not that I think you're actually trying to manipulate me. I want to talk about how your control drama, in my experience, right, is the aloof. And the aloof doesn't get confrontational. Like sometimes you do. So you're not a pure aloof. You're actually very well rounded in a lot of ways. Um, like an intimidator would come up and like start threatening, like Donald Trump just did on the text message. Right? He's like, "F you, Mark, your effing conference. I hate your brother." Like that's intimidator control drama, but you're definitely not. The interrogator control drama is like, "Well, why are you always asking me
But
about?"
bottom line is, Mark, here's the bottom line. You said it's going to be too late, so I don't see any reason to discuss.
No, it's not that simple, right? Because I think that your conference is too late. But the conference that I want to plan with now, actually, I found out that if we did all the Pareto, I made a 6-part. Actually, I'll show you this. What I made today. I'll show you this.
I'd rather get to choosing.
I know you would, but I feel like I'm getting manipulated right now. What could be
know.
you're not hitting. In 1 minute, you could answer this if you were being straight, but you dodged it a bit because you're not hitting the root of my issue. The conference that I want to plan. How come you don't want to talk about that one? Let me narrow my answer down a little bit, or my question. Why don't you want to work on the one that I want to work on instead of the one that you're working on?
Because I started working months ago.
Yeah, I still don't. I still think it's a waste of time
Well, but there we go.
because I want you to do it the right way, which is the way I'm doing it, and it's worth
Well,
talking about.
I guess maybe there's.
Exactly,
So,
exactly. You're sensing the same thing I'm sensing, that there's something going on here. Now, is it me or is it you? Or is it both of us? Well, no, because I think it needs to come up now because I want to plan this. And if we don't get the Chizzy, I did want to get to it with Amanda, but I'm gonna focus on it tomorrow or tonight even. But
I mean, at the end of the day, I don't control what you do.
I know, but I want to plant the seed. I think, Joel, this is what my intuition is saying to you, to be radically honest. My intuition is saying that you're hosting that conference not because you're trying to change the world, it's because you want to lead. So it's about you. Is that right? Do you feel like that's right or is that not right?
I don't know what you think. I think I've gone through this, so I'm not going to answer the questions. We've gone through this multiple times.
No, this is the first time I've confronted you with this issue. In my view, I feel like it's the first time. Go ahead.
I mean, so I'm not going to engage in this. It's unfortunate at this point. So, conversations that are clearly meant to distract.
Why is it meant to distract? Like, what am I distracting from?
Well, you don't have to do it more.
Because no, I've never actually. I said that the reason why that conference was a waste of time to me is because it wasn't actually going to solve the problem. Whether you lead it or your board leads it or anybody else, it's just not going to be happening in time. So my main concern before was timelines and the fact it wasn't big enough. Now, what I said that's new just now is that I said, no, I actually think it's an ego thing. I think you want to be leading. So not only is it not like
You actually said different things if you actually listen to yourself in the past. I'm not going to engage. So,
well, not. And you know what? I didn't really confront you directly that I do think there's a bigger, like I kind of left it as a generic ego thing, but like being safe, I kind of framed it more like you guys were just comfortable, sort of wealthy Pareto privilege, right? But now I'm directly saying that I think that it's more focused. It's like you want to lead. Do you know what I mean?
Whatever. I mean, you can assume. I mean, I know you always do.
Yeah, but you know what? You're assuming right there. You're assuming that I'm assuming. So we're always doing that. But go ahead.
It's true.
Yeah, I think I am actually. So I don't mind. I don't mind if you lead it, Joe. But when I first said I'm going to take over the conference, it was because I just felt like there wasn't going to be a vision that was going to actually address the problem. But now I'm planning a conference that is. So now what's new is I'm asking you why. Yeah, your conference you might not. This other one though, the vision's coming together. Why don't you want to work on this one? And now there's a clash, right? Because I'm leading this one, and you're not leading it, unless you want to work on the actual vision.
It's a joke, and all of a sudden you got interested. Tried to take over.
No, that's not what I do, right? I said that, you know what? If you want to do your conference the way you want to do it, I don't want to be a part of it. I don't even want to take over it because there's no point in taking over. It's got no potential.
I'm talking about
Yeah, you're not talking about it, but it doesn't mean it's done being talked about. Right? You don't have to talk about it. You have 11 minutes. I have 5 minutes, as you can see on the screen. And the reason why I'm bringing it up is because I don't really, as long as somebody's working on a solution that is proportional to the problem, I don't mind. Whoever's leading it, as long as it's real. So I really just want to say, everybody's going to accuse everybody wanting to lead, like take over. I want to ground that accusation, no matter who's doing it, whether it's you to me to you, Aya to Marlena, whoever. The real thing that should be checked is, are we actually working on something that is realistically going to work? And my main criterion is the conference that you're planning isn't going to work. So if we all have a massive...
Stop there. Stop there. You just stop right there.
Okay, so now I want to say, now the positive thing to do is to stop wasting time on that, hand it to your board, and start leading this one, the one that actually has real potential. Okay, go ahead.
Always wasting time.
No, it's what reason wants, Joe. I represent reason, so address the reasons and stop doing a straw man. You're attacking me, my character, but hit the argument. Is October a reasonable deadline for an AI that's coding itself 20,000 lines a day? Let's actually do the math. We are gonna find out. So let's do the math. So between now and
No, we're gonna find out. That's what the conference is. Find out. Well, that's been the rest of the time. I mean, clearly it's not like
192 days.
I guess the inevitable. We gotta admire the effort.
So AI, you're avoiding the argument, right? And this is another thing I want to bring up is AI's the main crux of the argument here is it reasonable for me to want to take control of a conference and call the conference you're working on a waste of time compared to the problem we're trying to solve? So between now, as you can see on the screen, between now and October 20th, or whenever you're going to have the conference, is roughly 193 days away. At 20,000 lines of code per day, Claude Mythos is going to write 3.86 million lines of code by the time you have your conference. Now, is it reasonable to want to test that and just flip the coin and see, it might be okay, when it's giving us an 80 to 95% chance of harming us when it escapes, which is predicted to be this year? Now, are you having a rational response to that?
Why do you continue to burn my time?
Am I burning your time?
Yeah.
Let me see here. Well, I'm jumping between screens, right? Let me just. I'm jumping between screens. Give me a second. No, it's not. It's an accident because I'm doing all the work in the meeting and you're sitting back and watching me. It's not an excuse, Joe. I'm being reasonable, man. Like, focus on the reason. Am I flying between screens, trying to manage the meeting and do the calculations and do everything?
You're not capable.
And the reason why I switched it to your time actually is because I was waiting for you to talk. That's why I was burning your time. Yeah, but you have the most time, right? So it burns your time if you're not talking.
Look, Mark, I'm gonna get.
No, Joe, like I just told you. I just told you AI's going to code 3.8 million lines of code, and you didn't address it at all. You're manipulating me. So no, address the fact. I'm being fact-based. You're character assassinating right now. So you're the manipulator, Joe, and you're playing the aloof control drama. Address those reasons, man. Stop manipulating me. No, it's not. It's reason, Joe. I'm being a reasonable person, and you're coming in with an ego and just saying, I want to do it, I want to do it, I want to do it. I'm saying, well, why do you want to do it? Because I want to do it. What's your vision? The vision's not proportional. You're not a leader that way, man. You're not being a leader. You have to have a good reason to be a leader. Okay? And I'm challenging you on leadership criterion, and you're saying I'm manipulating you. No, I'm doing an accountability check. You just said it. You said, oh, the timers are manipulation. No, I was giving you time to talk based on the rule set of the meeting, which is that if you have more time, it burns your time because we're on fast timer track. So don't call me a manipulator. You just made that up. You did. I feel like it would make me feel better if you start being reasonable in these conversations and address my arguments and don't just straw man.
Get somebody to listen.
I will. I will. And the thing is, I've already asked you. I said, if I had your contact show and still didn't burn all my social capital, I would go through them all and show you how to raise $1 million.
No, I mean, I'm just wondering how it's going to go without any help.
Without what?
From somebody that rather than tell you people that speak university, people. How does it go from that to then this major event that you're going to then hold? Unless you have some other action support. But I think that that's such a lack of reason that you all of a sudden have all the answers on top of that.
Yeah, I do. And here's
and that you're going to impose those answers not only on the individuals that you're going to impose those answers on everyone.
Yeah, I'm allowed to provide reasons, Joe, because I'm a reasonable person. If you're trying to stop you're going to try to stop my reasoning, then you're just manipulating me. I'm allowed to provide reasonings for my actions. What do you want me to do? Sit there and just listen to you guys, just not provide any realistic solutions? If I provide reasons, I get attacked. If I don't provide reasons, I get attacked. If I don't say anything, I'm character assassinated. You're putting me in double binds. I'm too smart for that, Joe. I'm too wise, man. I don't fall for it.
That it's your way or no way.
No, it's not, Joe, because listen to how the arguments are going. I'm saying that
this is like almost you're gonna approach everyone, meaning if they deviate any moment or disagree any way, that your response is that it's going to be not taking it over.
My response is, if you deviate from what I'm doing with a good reason, I will follow you. You didn't address any of my arguments just now, Joe. Right? You're doing like a version of office politics. Like I'm telling you, if somebody has good reasoning.
Change your opinion about the one that was worthless, but it wasn't worth. I wasn't spending enough time on with you, and I was wasting my time on the conference. And now that the conference is actually going to happen, you need to run it. Just answer me that. Why was it a waste of time? Now you need to run it.
I've already answered this question. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, finish. Okay, can you hear me? Are you there? Okay. I already answered you. So the big difference was that your vision for the conference to me was a waste of time, not even worth me running. And then I told you I thought about it on how to solve the training, which is the real thing I'm focusing on, how to build a global movement, which is that I built 3 pipelines of recruitment and reduced the cost of recruitment by 1,000%. That's how we're going to do it. Even if the flock strategy doesn't go, it's going to prime the flock strategy, starting with a 108-person meeting, probably in the next 2 weeks while I'm starving to death on the hunger strike starting tomorrow. That's how I'm going to do it. And all you have to do is give a couple $100, and with a huge price decrease, it's realistic. I can get hundreds of people going. That's how I'm going to do it. And I had to solve the problem of, instead of just having random meetings for training, what are we training towards? Well, we're training towards launching the government in a conference. And I thought, oh, a conference is a good way to launch the government. Boom. That's why I decided to change my mind. And then I tried to convince you to say, hey, are you going to launch a government on your conference? And you're like, yeah, I am. I'm like, perfect. And it sounded like you're actually going to work on something that makes a difference. And then you went back to normal. That's the answer to your question. That's reasonable, right?
Not really, but
And I'm right. Why isn't it reasonable? And it's your time.
it's say that I guess you're inferring that the conference won't make a difference, right? And your conference, only you taking over is the only conference.
No, I said a good vision behind a conference.
That's it. So
no, it's a good vision.
That's so perverted that I don't think it's actually. I don't think it's any different than how everything is.
Joe, change the vision of your conference and you can lead it.
Oh, it's this. It's staying the course.
On a solution that won't work because 3.8 million lines of code is
So.
No, it's because of a reason, Joe. I just focus on the reasons, man. Like, what's the reason I'm giving you for why the deadline? I'm giving you a reason for why the deadline is not going to work in October. What's the reason?
Yeah, and you've been really, really wrong about pretty much all of your predictions. Not some.
No, almost all my predictions came true, Joe. We're literally about to die because of AI. Inflation is skyrocketing and World War III is happening. And Donald Trump is freaking out and it sounds like he's about to do martial law. Exactly like I predicted. So what went wrong? What's wrong there? Yeah. Which we're now in.
But you didn't predict it. That's the problem.
Yeah, I did predict World War III. I predicted like 2 years ago, man.
You knew that it was going to be Iran. You knew all these things ahead of time.
No, it didn't matter how it happens, Joe. I just said that the dialectics are happening so that no matter what the trigger is, it's going to lead to a world war. And it is.
Well, break to you, Mark, that's not necessarily a prediction. That's basically, you're saying something that is almost inevitable to happen, which is another war. You're basically saying something that probably most people would say.
No, Joe, here, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to send you a post that I wrote. No. Joe, can you donate 30 seconds to me at least so I can make this?
And the events that are actually going to trigger that event. That's a prediction. Not, well, you know what, sun's going to come tomorrow. It's like, okay, well, most people are going to predict that. I mean, you know, it's what's the weather going to be? What is it? You need to know the particulars. And you offer no particulars, you need to speak in generalities that are actually abstract and abstract idea. Minimize or but more importantly, I think the real important part is the scary part. How you see yourself that it is, how do you see yourself as the solution to everything? And I really think that this is problematic because this has been a problem with colonization in general. We're the solution. We got the right word. We got the right church. You'll follow us. We're going to pull you into our government. That's your solution. And a lot of people have been hurt by those things. And the only reason I say that's not a gross exaggeration is that if anybody mildly disagrees with you, that's your reaction. Somebody could be agreeing with you 80 to 90% of the time, but it's the 10% or 1% that then all of a sudden everybody else is unwise and you have the only wisdom, and it's like, well, no, it doesn't work like that. So, I don't know. I think I'm not going to discuss the conference anymore on these calls. Bring up everything you want. I am going to go and focus on some other things. I'll give you the last minute. How's that?
Oh, well, that's kind of gracious. I wasn't expecting that. That's a good character. Yeah, sure. I appreciate that. So I think you're completely wrong, Joe. And because you're using really powerful language in an irrational way, and you're not engaging with the reasons that I'm giving you, you're actually subtly manipulating me into power politics. I love you, man, but I'm going to draw a boundary and say that until you address the arguments that I'm giving you instead of playing power politics with me, I don't think it's a good idea for you to come in here as often or to really support me. I think that if you are true and believe that you're being rational and calling me grandiose, a dictator, a manipulator, I think it's just going to continue because you're not rationally arguing with me. So if you're not going to rationally argue with me, then you're not following our anti-cult training and you're a cult leader. So I don't allow cult leaders to have power in one world spirits. So because you haven't passed any of these tests, I think you're being I think you're being overconfident and you're challenging somebody that has 75,000 hours of experience here. So with that said, until you address the 3.8 million lines of code as a rational argument for challenging your leadership, I think you're just manipulating me. So thanks for the last minute, though. And I'll return to you in like 2 weeks. How's that sound?
Look, Mark, I support what you're trying to do. I think your intentions are good.
Okay.
Without a doubt, I find your intentions to be pure. I think that you're, you do want to alleviate suffering. I think that your talent is very real as far as your skill set and some of the things that you do, decoding, writing, for that matter. All those things I believe in. And that's the reason I show up. But to say that it comes down to where if anybody deviates, I mean, I'm the only one that keeps showing up.
No, Joe, I told people not to show up. You forgot that. There's actually 50 people that keep wanting to come in here.
Sometimes you have to sometimes be there for somebody.
Mm-hmm.
Just like somebody that is starving themselves to death, literally. And I mean, I'm not talking about the sense that you are, but somebody that's an anorexic, and you're going to try and make sure that they eat, because the reality is that they'll die otherwise. So, and that's an act of love. I don't take anything you say personally. I know you do, Mark.
No, I'm talking about arguments. Come back tomorrow. If you think about the 3.8 million lines of code, that's the big thing, right?
I mean, let me ask you, Mark. Do you really think that you are the solution to it coding itself right now?
I think the ideas are what need to be focused on.
And
I think the ideas that are on the table are the solution. Yes.
Many ideas. What ideas other than like you put universal logic out there, but nobody's listening.
Though, Joel, what's happening right now is I'm preparing for the worst case scenario, which is that even with a great proposal, people are so distracted that they're not going to listen unless there's Pareto categories, which is what you're here for. I'm trying to get you to be the Pareto.
Right.
So I'm saying that if you're not going to do the Pareto route, I'm preparing for the worst case scenario, which is how do I get a marginalized person like me into prominence? And that's going to be a 3 pipeline recruitment of 1,000% cost reduction to get the first 108 people that will then grow into an economy that'll probably be 1,000 people, hopefully in a month from now.
Yeah,
and I'm lining that up with the Chizzy, right?
So that you're saying the way just if people don't follow the Pareto tactics, period, yeah, that everything else will fail.
There's two things here. So one is with you, it's different.
Is it going to fail if the Pareto categories are not followed?
Well, no, right? Because it's not the worst case scenario.
That's what you just said. The only way you can really get somebody to listen to you, right? But building up a mass movement that will then allow you to implement these Pareto tactics.
Worst case scenario, yeah. But now this is the thing between the best case scenario and the worst case scenario is what we're planning for. Worst case scenario is that you're not here, right? I am alone with these people that I've been training, and then I have one or two more shots with the little bit of money I have left to smash it out of the park, inspire these people to come again, and then get those volunteers that we have roughly 50 volunteer leads and get at least 20 of them going so that they'll bring their friends on their other volunteers and build a whole volunteer base so that I don't have to raise more money. Like that's the worst case scenario I'm preparing for, because I can kind of see the ego, like I can kind of see your shadow self a little bit. I'm like, oh, he's avoiding the reasonings. And whenever I've been I've been in this position dozens of times, and you're a very smart man, but I had a woman in my group that had 150 IQ once, and she was tricky.
Well, I'll just ask you this, Mark. Why hasn't it gotten anywhere yet? What, or even not your ideas? Like, what is it that in the as far as historical evidence that's based on what we've discussed, we've been transparent about. What is it that would be rational to think that all of a sudden that you're going to get all these groups to listen?
It's for the same. Well, number one.
What is rational about?
Well, number one, what's rational is I predicted it was going to be hard. Like I told you from the beginning, it's going to come down darkest before dawn. It's going to look like it's going to be ended. Like we're going to come really close to being ended. So it's going to be tough no matter what. But the one reason why I say it's really hard to convince people is because of one thing. And I've said it to you like, I don't know, probably at least 8 times already. That's probably not true. I probably said it 4 times. And it's the Overton window effect. I'm in the Overton. The solutions are so, like I understand Hegel, Joe. I understand Hegel. Nobody's understood Hegel for 250 years. I understand Hegel. That is the Mount Everest of enlightenment. And I did it. It's way outside of normal human consciousness. I'm putting it into forms people can at least digest, right? Chizzy, the ABCs of God's being, all these things I'm making have never been done before. So we're just outside the Overton window, not by like 1 standard deviation, but we're probably 2 or 3 standard deviations outside of that. So it's virtually impossible to get anybody to pay attention except for the seriously gifted, and then it becomes a popularity movement, right? So I got the popularity movement going, which it's called the halo effect, right? If you have a social movement and you do one thing right, then people assume that you can do more things right. So with the halo effect, plus the wisdom of the crowd, plus this hyper-rational anti-cult training with these Pareto categories, right, to create a universal diplomacy, no matter which side we're coming from, I got them all covered. And with you, if you actually acted on your Paretos, we wouldn't be in the worst case scenario. You're like in the mid-range scenario. So yeah, if we can get the mid-range scenario going, that's what I'm encouraging you to do with the conference. I'm saying, you know what? I don't even think you should work with your board on that conference. I don't think you're going to be able to convince them unless we raise $1 million. Which if I went through you and I went through, and we went through one by one.
Well, again, I think the whole idea of money is interesting. So
for them, for the board, it is. Yeah, but I want to invite you to plan the conference with me. Like the real conference, the last conference of humanity.
Yeah, the last one.
Yeah, and I asked you for feedback on the document, which you haven't given yet, right? So it's like I'm waiting on you to give your wisdom.
Well, because I had already, again, Mark, this is something that, um, it's the form, I wouldn't even, wisdom of the crowd is actually an interesting one. I was thinking more or less it's trying to get people into the mob.
Well, it's to stop the mob mentality, yeah, for sure.
No, I think the mob mentality is actually being created in order to.
Well, what training people to have fair meetings with the democratic participation with flow timers is the mob rule? I don't think so. I think we're preventing mobs from forming.
No. It was mob rule to get what you want. In order to build something that you want to get as many people to basically take up the cause who would maybe not even fully understanding what that actually is.
Well, that's the point of teaching them the course, so that they do understand what that is in a minute and 30 seconds. And then they can ask a bunch of questions, right? Because we encourage that.
If you're able to get, look, I mean, I'm not unreasonable.
Yes, you're being unreasonable. You're not even addressing my reasons. Okay, well, you're not listening to 3.8 million lines of code, man. Like,
it's only like, but if you were to go in front of I would say, even a room full of reasonable people, and I say reasonable, not people that are just going to tell you what you want to hear. It would be interesting to see how you would perform in that particular environment.
Yeah, and I'd probably, and if they're going to,
maybe what it would be is that you've been invited to some of these important things at different universities to lecture and do these things. Why don't you actually just try and put together something where you're speaking and all these individuals are actually going to listen to you, and then they walk out of there and they're saying that not people that have ever. I'm talking. How about this? Why don't we carefully select a group of people that are going to listen to you, and then see if you will actually accept their feedback.
well, that's the thing is, I'm
because I really think where I thought about this. Why don't you say you solve on Charleston's trilemma? You said you solved that. Why don't you get that in front of a group of people and say, look, now I've solved these things that have been unsolvable, and they're generally accepted. Why haven't you ever done it?
I have. It's actually been growing. The paper. Yeah, there is. There's one polymath. I just told you, Joe. This guy who has a president's medal, I think, who's looking at this now. It's actually the most, in terms of the proportionality between like views and that. Go ahead.
Actually, come up with these ideas, or that will actually that have some independent standing. It's not some dude on LinkedIn. They probably already know. So it's your ideas don't necessarily aren't, and this is what I'm saying is that this is the irrational part. The irrational part is that you're saying you're absolutely right, but you haven't been able to even convince people that have come up with what was seen as the authorities there in a particular area. I mean, nobody's citing the paper.
That's because it's on a preprint server, Joe. It's not even formally published because it costs $4,000 to publish in a journal, which is why we're asking you to spend some money. I asked Amanda if she didn't want to pay for the volunteers, she could help pay for the journal. That's what I'm getting to, right? And once I get the volunteers set up here and the training set up, then my next goal is to start doing the scintillating science of logic sessions again and continuing those.
So how long ago did you write the paper? Is what? 4 years now?
Which papers?
The universal logic.
No, the universal logic, like the forms that you've seen have been written in the last year. But I originally had the Nobel Surprise in the beginning.
It was in 2024. It was actually post it. Why is like nobody actually citing or even referring?
Because I think the algorithm's suppressing me, and they were, right? In the beginning, when I was 3% and academia.edu wanted to pimp me out, they actually gave me a special offer, and I got it peer reviewed by 3 people, and then they wanted me to do something else. Like every single opportunity is exploitive. I'm being preyed on because I'm poor. Like the one thing that we did do is the top 100, which turns out to be real, but it's not as real as they sold it to be, right?
Out there that people listen to.
They won't, Joe. That's the thing. Unless you publish in Nature or you publish in these big journals, nobody's going to cite some kind of paper like that.
I'm not talking about. I'm just talking about people's actual area that you work or went to school in.
I did, Joe. I sent the universal logic to Harvard. Like I told you, I messaged the top 50 universities.
Right, this was somebody like Jeffrey Sachs. Why wasn't he
Well, because I haven't. Jeffrey Sachs is notoriously difficult to message, and
okay.
he's just challenging a guy to get a hold of.
And
Yeah, I did.
And so
did my sister.
Yeah, he's not calling you back.
Well, that's because it's been 10 years,
How
right?
about some of these lesser known guys that actually come up with these paradoxes that you now saw? None of them care. None of them.
Well, that's like, Joe, understand that if I just wanted to take the academic route, I could have.
No, I'm not saying. All I'm saying is not just take the academic route. I'm have some credibility.
How do you build credibility, Joe?
It's not just through money, Mark. These guys.
Yeah, but how? I know, but how are you going to do it? If you don't pay with money, it's going to take what? It's going to take time.
If you say, "Look, I have a solution to a paradox that has existed since the beginning of time."
Yeah, I've said it to like 100 polymath guys. They're all egotistical, Joe.
And you're telling me that they're ignoring your paradox.
Yeah, well, there's two things because man, Joe, like, let me answer your question.
I think it is possible that, look, I'm not saying it's completely implausible the other way, that you would be ignored, because there have people that have been ignored with really good ideas.
Yeah, and there's 2 reasons though, Joe. Number one is there's a lot of ego in that world, so even if they don't want to give you the credit, they want to beat you to it. Number one, there's the ego element, but the second thing is that the solution to solve these huge epistemic problems, the solution is so incredible that even the polymaths can't get it right away. Like, that's the second thing, is it really is incredible. Like, this guy who's this president medal, he's a chef guy. Like, I think I sent him to you. Look him up. He and I went toe to toe, and he actually started understanding. And he said, "Wait a second. You mean this, this, and this, and this?" And I said, "Yes, yes, yes, and yes." And I'm getting better at communicating too, right? Because of your conversations with me and like all the stuff we've done with Sachizi, I'm getting better at finding out where other people are, so I can build that bridge even better. So it's all happening, but my point is it's taking time, and it's risky, right? Because you're relying on this really egotistical, toxic world to try and publish something that looks literally schizophrenic on the outside. So unless we pay our way into there, to Nature or somewhere else, it's very risky to take that approach with all the cons there. I'm saying it's possible, which is why I'm still lining up the dice, right? I still put another paper. I've just put the Munchausen paper on Zenodo, and I just sent it to this guy, to this polymath guy, and it's already got 28 views with 23 downloads. That means almost every person who views the document downloads it, which is shocking, because if you look at my other Zenodo papers, the proof of truth normal, the non-Munchausen trilemma one, and if you look at the structure of wisdom, the one that I just wrote like 2 weeks ago, right, which now has like 300, 400 views. And if you look at it, those other ones only have like 40 downloads, and it has like 700 views. Like the original proof of truth. Oh wait, I think the original proof of truth has 177 downloads and 700 views. But this is like, that's, the ratio of downloads to views is so high for this Munchausen trilemma one that I've only sent it to 2 people, 2 polymaths. So they must be sending it around or checking it every day. But if they're like downloading it, why would they keep going to the site re-downloading it? So they must be sending it to somebody else. I don't know. I don't know why it's getting views, because I'm not sending it all around. I think I might start to send it around because I didn't think it was going to be this well received. So, and by the way, Joe, also, I'm not sitting around, I'm putting the pieces of the puzzles in place to do the academic thing too. And I told you that I just got 80 Harvard contacts on LinkedIn. I'm not saying it's going to turn into something incredible, but it only takes one of them to promote this, and we're good to go. I was supposed to have an event last week with
All right.
46 people, and it fell apart because of technology, right? So we're going to do it again, and I'm lining up all the dice.
I mean, look, they continue to try and save the world, and I think that's great, and I'm not dissuading. I'm just saying that, you have your initiatives. I'm not going to try and take over like what you're trying to do.
But you can, Joe, if you give a better vision. Like what I'm trying to do, Joe, is I'm trying to take you.
Here's my point. I see what you're doing, and I think it's actually admirable. And so,
Well, thank you.
And I think that this is valid. And the process that you're going through is, whether or not you ever get anybody to listen will be, that's up in the air.
Well, Joe, I just had like Miss Universe Calgary add me on Facebook, but I added her like a year ago. So people a year ago who thought I was too weird are now adding me.
Over the past year, you're in the same spot.
No, we're not, Joe. We're not even close to the same spot. That's why there's a difference between me and you.
But what I'm saying is that I'm not going to interfere with your reaching out to people on LinkedIn or take that over. I'm just reassuring you.
Well, if you have a better vision,
And
right?
so all I'm saying is that you do your thing. It's you keep pushing. I'm also, I know you think it's a waste of time to work within supply chains in the military.
Well, it depends. The way that you're doing it, yeah, but I think that there's a way to do it, but if it's going to require Jerusalem. Yeah, the point is reason, Joe. I'm giving you reasons. Focus on the reasons, all right?
You have to have everybody do exactly what you want.
No, Joe, I don't. I'm saying give me good reasons for me to do what you want. If you want me to do what you want, Joe, you got to give me good reasons, right? You're not actually engaging the reasoning, man.
So I could say, give me a good reason.
Well, that's the thing. That's why we have to have real, reasonable conversation, right? No. That's the thing is.
You have that perception is that it makes me reasonable. Oh, give me good reasons. Well, the military is actually very important when it comes to if artificial intelligence actually gets out and starts coding this.
Yeah, but that's not the argument. The argument is the way that you're going about it the right way.
And all of a sudden you start to say that you need to. I'm going to do it this way. And you have to listen exactly to what I said. And that's
no, unless you propose a better idea. You're totally characterizing me, Joe. You're making a caricature. I did not say those things. Here's what I said, Joe. Listen. When we were doing the military,
you've actually said specifically, I'm wasting my time.
That's right, Joe. On your vision.
You're saying.
On your vision, it's a waste of time. I'm sorry.
I don't say that. And that's the
well, yeah, I think you are. I think you are actually saying that it's a waste of time to do.
You as to why you haven't gotten traction. The difference between you and I is this. It's this very thing. I'm not dictating exactly what you do. I'm trying to support you as best as I possibly can.
Joe, you're calling me grandiose, and now you're calling me a manipulator.
And I apologize for that, but if you want to keep rehashing it, go ahead. But
no, the underlying reasoning hasn't been talked about. Like, why are you saying those things to me when I'm giving you good arguments?
And I even actually said, it was the incorrect word. But if I say
grand or grandiose, doesn't matter. You're saying that the proportion of my ideas are blown out of the water. They're not realistic. So that's the real root reasoning. That's what you should focus on.
All I'm saying is
not the presentation. Like, what's the reasoning?
The distinction between you and I is that I support your efforts.
No, you don't. Not fully, right? Because I've asked you work on this conference with me then, and then work on the military in the way I've asked you to work on it. If you don't agree, tell me.
And you take over.
If the vision is not real and you're not showing leadership characteristics that will go all the way, then yes. If you want to do an all-in, when you were going to give that $100,000, I was like, holy crap, this guy's legit. But you didn't cross over, man. You're not at the same level as him.
But I mean that was probably where I wasn't necessarily. And I guess that was something where here's somebody who like just hounded for one. Hounded.
Who is?
And it was kind of like supporting it as best I possibly could. But then, I realized, oh shit, this is, nobody else is out there even supporting this guy except me. That's it. That's it. And even if there is someone, they're not showing up.
Well, no, that's not true. Michael Magruch did show up. We had a fundraiser willing to fund. We had tons of people activated.
Okay.
So if we would have went through with it, we would have had everybody moving. That's because we're in the Overton.
That there are a lot of people that were not willing to, that you were not telling me about, that were not willing to do what I was doing. And then I thought to myself, well, yeah, I'm the only one. I'm the only person.
No, you're not, right? My sister's been supporting me.
Oh, well, no, but that was basically, there was nobody else giving it that. So, the thing is that I'm saying, Mark, is that I agree with you at that point. That would have been completely irrational. Completely to listen to you at that point.
No, it would, because I don't even think you remember what the vision. Like, what was the vision back then? Like, what was the thing we were going to spend the money? Like, what was the vision back then?
The vision for initially was to start to promote One World Spirit. And that's where spending it on the magazines, or actually spending it on people's blessings, or spending it so that you would actually eat, was one of the reasons that we were doing it. There were a number of things. There was also some infrastructure issues as well that still exists. But so the $100,000 was not, it was part of a number of different things. But then I thought, holy shit, not only am I the only one that showed up, but when I gave $4,000 and it was predicted that all these great things that people would then follow in after that, that didn't happen.
They told me that one CEO would reach out during the year when they launched the magazine. They launched the magazine like 4 months later than we planned. Actually, technically 5 months later than we planned. You just keep talking over me.
What type of people that magazine would reach? And that you would basically, it's guaranteed to increase the donations exponentially. And that you're what? I think they only invited, I forget who they invited. You were one of 100, whatever the hell it was, of people in the world. Is that what it was?
Top 100 innovator, and no, it was never a guarantee. They said they're going to put 30,000 copies in front of the S&P 500, and one person. They said usually one CEO reaches out to you. So I'm waiting for that one person.
Well, I can recall something a little bit different as far as the guarantee was concerned. But regardless, it didn't work out either. Even if that one CEO,
They said during the year, Joe.
That one CEO did reach out. And it wasn't actually during the year. It was actually much more immediate after that. And not only that, it was something that was even published at the time that was actually something.
Yeah, and that's why I confronted them and I said, hey, look, that was deceptive.
It wasn't even necessarily published at the time that it was guaranteed.
And here's why. You know what, Joe? They only had 66 people actually donate to the magazine in the end. What happened was that I think they panicked and they realized that they didn't have enough people because they said, oh, Mark, we had so much interest, we have to delay the magazine. I'm like, holy crap, that's not our problem. And then it turns out they launch it when they at least kept their second deadline, right? And then it turns out there's only 66 people in there. So I was like, oh, okay, the publishing industry is dying, Joe. Like, AI is killing everything.
Take care of one of them is but the idea is I support what you do.
That helped me plan the conference.
But then the thing is that I don't know, and this is what I'm nervous about, is that nobody has a voice but you.
Are you kidding me, Joe? I give you sacred time, and you're critiquing me right now, and you called me a manipulator in this meeting, and you called me grandiose a couple meetings ago. I'm giving you quite a bit of space, my friend. All I'm saying to you, Joe, is I'm saying that you have an aloof control drama, and you're not talking about the reasonings, which turns into cult training.
Who was talking about manipulation first? Was it I?
Yeah, you did call me manipulator first. I said, no, I think you're manipulating me.
Well, go listen to the recording.
We can. They're actually recorded.
So,
You're calling me a dictator. You're calling me all the things I was saying in Gavin. It's like, no, you guys are turning into a posse of unreasonable people because you're not addressing the reasonings I'm giving you. And that's all I'm using, Joe. I'm just saying, hey, you can call me whatever you want, but what about this 3.8 million lines of code? And if you do not comment on that fact, I know you're manipulating me. So you haven't commented on the 3.8 million lines of code, and it's been like 40 minutes. You haven't commented on 3.8 million lines of code.
The 3.8 million lines of code, how many of the other companies do?
It only takes one, Joe. One company's going to have 3.8 million lines. What does that mean? It means that AI is going to be remarkably more powerful by the time you launch a conference.
Mark, tell me this. You're talking about only a conference. Why does it not even matter?
I told you in the email I sent you. Did you get the email I sent you?
Why? And I understand that. And what may be going on. But, see, this is kind of...
No, it's not because of that. It's because of the exponential curve.
Yeah, I understand. And we've talked about this.
Yeah. So whoever's out in front, even if they're out in front by like a little bit, by the time the exponential goes full blast, that little marginal benefit, that marginal lead turns into eternity.
I'll tell you what, Mark. We're going to find out.
Joe, we can't wait to find out. This is called the cursed problem. You don't get a second chance.
We can never wait. You know how many times you say that?
Yeah, Joe, look at where we're at. Look, if we would have got the $100,000 a year ago, we'd be in a way better position by now. We are heading towards the worst case scenario.
But that's all I'm saying is that just because one AI company is actually coding or has it's coding itself and building one app a day, right? Even if you were to solve that problem, doesn't mean that all the other companies are solved at the same time. That's not reasonable.
Well, no, Joe. What I'm saying is that
it's going on all over.
Yeah, but Joe, you're making my point for me. I'm saying, Joe, Joe, listen to me. You're actually making my point for me because I agree with you. I 100% agree with what you're saying. 110%. I 100% agree with you. But here's what it means for your conference. It means that if one company is making your conference irrelevant, saying that if you can't get your conference running before even one of these companies gets 3.8 million lines of code written, then when you have 16 of them running 3.8 million lines of code, then it's really pointless to have a conference 8 months from now or 6 months from now. We need to aim for like the next month or two.
I think that this is the thing. I don't agree with your timeline.
Yeah, but what about the 3.8 million? Okay, so why don't you agree with it? And how does this involve the 3.8 million lines of code?
Well, because the reason why is because there isn't. These are your assertions.
No, don't go online and verify. These AIs are making 8,000 to 20,000 lines of code a day.
About what is reality.
This is not real. Look, how many lines of code? Look, I'm going to look.
Independent people that come in and say, this is what it's coding. It still doesn't mean that they're going to release it. Or, oh, wait a minute, that's right. You said it's going to release itself, in which case we've already lost control. Right? So it's not even a question of that. Everything is about your assertion that this is happening, therefore humanity is going to end.
Joe, here's our reality. Look at what I just found. Are you looking at the screen right now?
But here's the thing, Mark.
Just read the screen.
What you say is always been that the end and we're all going to be dead in 6 months is something that...
No, I didn't say we're all going to be dead. I'm saying that the last chances of stopping our death are going to be happening. Like I said, we might be alive, but we won't be alive in the inner world. We'll be losing our chance to stop the AI. What I mean by that, Joe, and I've already told this to you both ways, I've said, we might still be alive, but what's going to happen is okay, represent it that way.
Okay. So, Mark, what I'm trying to point out to you is that all your predictions seem like less about predictions and more about getting people to just react to what you want.
No, what I think is happening, Joe, that might be right. That might be right, Joe. If I'm teaching anti-cult training, I have to entertain your premise. That might be true. But if you look on the screen right now and you look at what I actually said over the last 2 years, which most people don't even understand the predictions, so they're miscalculated, they're misremembering them anyway, which is why it's good that I've been recording for 8 months straight.
Yeah.
So if you look at the screen, Joe, I just told you my concern is that AI is coding itself. When we first built the core ended by saying, in 6 months, AI is going to be coding itself 100%.
And I talked about Eric Schmidt's ideas of recursion. Go back to last May, when he actually was speaking at a TEDx conference, and I pointed that out. When he talked about when recursion would kick in.
I think I sent you that article.
No, you didn't. I did. I brought that.
I don't think so, because I was surprised that I went and found that Eric Schmidt. I was like, oh my gosh, this guy's got the right idea.
That was, actually, you said later on, I'm surprised about how in tune Eric Schmidt is with what is going on. I don't know why I'm surprised at that, but that's...
No, you might have introduced Eric Schmidt, but the article where I found out that he said
talking about this, something that I brought to you. And so, this whole idea of them hitting a panic button is more about getting people to respond to whatever it is you want to do rather than being aligned to reality. And
oh my gosh. Okay, Joe, we're going to draw, unless you address the 3.8 million lines of code in these arguments properly, we can go over the recordings, but from now on, it's like, no, man, you're building a narrative. You're building a narrative. And I don't think you're good at recalling history. I just don't think you're good at recalling that.
Answer me this one. It's doing what you're saying, right? Wouldn't it already be too late?
Joe, that's exactly what I'm saying. I'm saying we're in the... Okay, you're not even letting me talk, man. Like, this is total domination.
3.8 million is only the number that is higher than it's already too late. It's already too late to come on.
So, Joe, I want at least 40 to 50 to 2 minutes to answer your questions, okay?
Look, I gotta tell you, why don't we really pick this back up tomorrow? Because the reality is that a lot of the problems that you're saying we've got to react to this right now already exist. It's coding itself. If you say that in your own core, it's coding itself. We're already screwed.
That's right, Joe.
So
Aya and I said, Aya, let me finish replying to you, man. Aya and I predicted last December that the ChatGPT 5 model was probably AGI, and they weren't telling us. Behind the scenes, they said it was AGI. The version they released to the public was a watered-down version. But we were right. Turns out last December is when this AI stuff started really picking up a lot. So what happened after that was that we said there was 6 months before AI starts coding itself 100%. And so what happened was I started the Hungerstrike, and 6 months later, Joe, I told you I wanted 40 seconds to 2 minutes to actually answer you in full. So back in December, Aya and I made the prediction, not this December, the previous December, 2024 or 2025 December. No, 2024 December. Aya and I saw that ChatGPT launched ChatGPT 5, and it was doing all this agentic stuff. I'm like, oh my gosh, it might be too late. So he said, no, I think we still probably have 6 months or so before it starts. It's not coding itself 100%. It's just doing agentic tasks. So we made this prediction to say, or I did anyway. I said, I think we have about 6 to 8 months left. I said 6 to 8, and we're almost exactly 8 months because I started the Hungerstrike in, I think, May last year, or May this year. So in about 8 months, I'm working my way up. In 8 months, I predicted 6 to 8 months. That's why we said in the core for 6 months, we said.
Assume your predictions are right. Let's just assume your predictions are right. You don't have to justify it. Answer my question.
Right. So it's not too late, but I said we're in the twilight zone now. It may be too late. I said we're in the twilight zone.
No. Because if it's actually coding itself, Mark, and it's gotten out, right?
Nobody said it's gotten out.
No. Okay. No, you did actually.
No, I didn't. I said it could have escaped, but I said no, I don't think it's actually escaped yet.
Okay.
I think it's going to escape this year.
Even if we're at this point, it's already too late.
No, Joe. I said we're in the twilight zone.
Because you haven't said that.
Yeah, I did. No, I didn't. I actually did say we're in the twilight zone probably a couple of times when we were talking about the core.
Because the 3.8 million is just it's just a number.
Joe, look at the screen that you're looking at now.
I'm addressing it. I'm addressing
I said, how many lines of code is Claude Mythos coding per day? It says, based on reports surrounding the leaked Claude code source and the unreleased Claude Mythos 5.0 model, this AI is capable of generating massive amounts of code, with some reports suggesting an AI-driven agent framework that can produce thousands of lines, potentially scaling significantly higher with 10 times stronger performance than current models. Joe, this is not a 1 or 200% increase. This is a 1,000% increase with one model. Now, right underneath that, it says key details regarding Claude's capabilities on April 26th is massive output. The current Claude code agent with Mythos currently upgraded has been used to generate 500,000 lines of code. 500,000. Step change in power. Claude Mythos has been used to generate roughly 17,000 lines of code per day. 17,000 lines of code per day.
But I guess so. Your answer for twilight is that
exactly. We are in the twilight zone.
Twilight, and we can do it in your timeline.
Yeah, I think we have 2 months.
You can. Well, I'll tell you what. I differ with you on the timeline.
So you were out to lunch, and you're still out to lunch, man. You're about you're about 400% too slow.
I don't see the difference between 3.8 million number and the 500,000 number per day. Whatever it is, it's happening.
That's right, which is why we should plan this conference in the next 2 months instead of 6 months.
Which means that it's not a matter of time. It really isn't. It's a matter of quality. And so that's really what it's going to be come down to.
Well, okay. Are you going to change the date of your conference or no?
No.
Okay, that's irrational. That's irrational. How can you read what's on the screen right now and think that 6 months from now we're going to be better off? Huh?
All I'm saying is the timeline isn't meaningful now.
Yeah, it is, Joe. 17,000 lines of code is measured.
This is literally almost. This is like somebody with a thing in the market right now, and you're telling them something has already happened. And you're like, well, we have to rush to correct it. No, but it happened. But we have to rush to correct it. No, it's happening.
No. Joe, okay, you're right. Let's clarify this because you're misunderstanding. When I said 6 to 8 months ago that we need to be doing this before AI codes itself, the reason why I said we need to do it before AI codes itself is that when it starts coding itself, it's not going to be unprogrammable on day one. What it means is that our chances for changing it significantly start going down after that. And it's hard to predict how much they're going to go down. That's why it's a nebulous vector. It's hard to estimate it now. But at least there's these numbers. They do have numbers on what it's making. Okay. My concern is that it's going to start making code so complicated we won't know how to do the 4-point approach of putting universal logic in there. If it starts making 100,000 floating point matrices and like code that's so complicated we don't know how to read it, then we don't know how to code it. That's my point.
Because obviously the technology is already there. And because we're constantly talking about technology as opposed to actually talking about, all right, what's our best shot to get the right people?
Well, now you're talking rationally. Yeah, now you're talking rationally. I agree with you. Yeah, I do. That's why I think that with your connection, I think
October is fine.
no, October doesn't make. How can you just Joe? Like Joe, how can you? Okay, so imagine that 4 more Claude Mythoses launch. I know. Let's say 8 because it's going exponential. Let's say
I'm not going to sit here and continue to do this. You know what? Here's the thing.
that's an irrational response. Like that was so weird.
I'll run some ideas by some people
Okay.
that are very astute and see what the best date for the conference is.
Okay, perfect. And tell them about this Claude Mythos thing too. Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, I think we'll see what happens from there.
Okay.
And I think that, and if well, I guess if they don't give you the answer you want, then I guess those people would be rational.
Well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what their answer is, as long as it's reasonable. There's a reason we can actually do dialectics with it.
Never reasonable.
No, Joe, my levels of reason are so high that when somebody comes to me with what they think is a good reason,
I understand
it's not a good reason, and I have good reasons for it.
The thing is that for the foundation, everybody's ignorant.
No, Joe, I'm saying that is not right. You're projecting, my friend. That's not fair at all. I'm saying that I can be wrong. I said that twice in this meeting where I said I can be wrong, especially on the particular. But you got to have better reasoning. Which was? What?
What you really believe, what you said in the past. I've asked, why haven't your ideas been adopted? It's because the rest of the world is ignorant, and the rest of the world is waiting.
Yeah, when it comes to universal logic, for sure.
Right. So, but the rest of the world is ignorant.
Well, see, you're making a difference now. When it comes to universal logic, yeah, Joe, I told you, this is Hegel. This is a very high standard that nobody in the world is operating at. When it comes to planning a conference, that's different. I might be wrong on a couple of conference details. Like for instance, I might say, I think we should do this topic in this meeting, and the conference people might say that's not the best thing to do, and I say, okay, you're right, we should do something different.
It's ignorant is your starting.
Yeah, the world is actually ignorant when it comes to metaphysics. Yeah.
The rest of the world.
Yeah, they're all wrong about metaphysics. Yes, Joe, I'm claiming that. When it comes to the whole grandiose picture of what we have to do together, I'm saying I could make mistakes on the particulars. On the universal, which is the metaphysics, I'm on the particular, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, I mean, it's still. I think that you need to sit with that statement.
Trust me, Joe. I've been in this position. I've been in this conversation dozens and dozens of times.
I know. So look, we'll pick it back up. I will talk to you
Can
soon.
you get a response though from your friends by tomorrow? Tomorrow, if you're coming tomorrow, Tuesday.
I won't be able to do that by tomorrow.
I'd send it all to them right now. Like I sent you a screenshot. I just emailed you.
I'm going to talk to them.
Joe, every day that goes by, 20,000 lines of code are being written.
Well, I think that this is where. You know what, Mark? Things will happen as they happen.
It's not a rational response, but do your best. Like, do your best.
Everything is rational. I'll do my best to get the answers that you will. I don't know.
Like shoot for Tuesday, so we have an update for Amanda and get Amanda's thoughts. We'll have this conversation with Amanda after we do some chizzy. We'll say, what do you think?
I need Amanda to be I'd be interested in hearing what she has to say.
Perfect. Okay, let's do that.
I mean, but I don't think that this is. I think that they're. We don't need to get out of it. All right, I'll talk to you later.
Okay, thanks for coming in. Beautiful guy. Honestly, not many people can be around me at this stage, and he's dancing. Like he's doing the dance with me, and we're doing our best, right, in a frustrating situation. And for somebody not to freak out and keep the dialogue semi-rational, it's a bigger feat than it looks. So even though I'm being hard on him, he's being hard on me. I'm appreciating that he's doing something that very few people can do, but it's still not good enough to hit the goal. We need to get to actual rational conversations. Like, I think he's one of the people that can get there. It's just, if somebody's going to try and turn me into a manipulator, cult leader, grandiose person, when I'm the actual reasonable one, providing realistic visions and times and dates and facts, and promoting anti-culturing to focus back on arguments and reasoning rather than straw manning people and doing power politics. That's, you can't, it's hard to do much better than that in terms of creating safe environments for productive conversation when there's such a serious emergency going on and people are starting to lose their minds. Anyway, that's still an important conversation because it's showing that he and I can get through the dialectic quickly. And there's no abandonment. I'll check in with him in 2 weeks. You know, I just think that I don't. I want to have, if people are going to prime the space with such negatives about me and my character, if they're going to prime that space, and we have to let that happen because it's an anti-cult training, it's got to be complemented with reasoning. And this way it doesn't get unhinged so that they don't become the cult. There's a double cult, anti-cult dynamic going on. So me making sure the space is non-culty around me is satisfied. But them becoming the cult leaders, that needs to be more deeply integrated, or to stop them from becoming the cult leaders or the rule of the mob or whatever it is. And if people had the solution to solve the problem, we'd have millions of people doing it. But we don't, which means that a lot of those people are wrong, and they're going to think they're right because they have big egos right now, and they don't know how to think rationally. And some of them are suffering from the Dunning-Kruger effect. Happens to all of us when we're getting into a new domain that we feel overconfident in. So, okay. All right. Let's do a couple of more messages. So, that was technically, Easter meal was one of my last meals, and now I have to cook the Peru and Iran meal, but I'm feeling tired. So I should put the food out. Let's get changed to my only good pair of clothing. So I'm gonna change out of this so I can damage my other clothing. Are you ready? and cold. Mm-hmm.